taking place today. We are going to give away here at MMR a trip to New York City to see Foo Fighters play at Madison Square Garden. And this includes train and hotel as well. So pretty sweet deal. The show is this coming Sunday.
Yeah, this to me is so awesome because it literally feels like 0 to 60. We had nothing going on, and now we have a massive show with the everything is involved. It's just awesome.
It's the first day of summer, all this wonderful stuff. So
our pets' heads are going back on.
Yeah. What you need
heads are falling off.
What you need to do is listen this morning between right now and noon. We're going to play a bunch of Foo Fighter songs. You have to keep track of all those Foo Fighter songs, and then Pierre is going to ask for somebody to call in and give us that list of songs. Now, I don't know how he's going to do that, what number caller, blah, 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 all that stuff, but you're going to have to pay attention and get the Foo Fighters songs between now and noon. Keep in mind, the show is this Sunday, and the show is for vaccinated people only. That's the way the Foo Fighters have lined it up. So make sure that you start paying attention because we'll begin that right away. Now, we also have some guests on the program from CBS 3. Joe Holden's going to be on the program, and he's talking about these cold cases. It's CBS 3 Mysteries.
I find this fascinating.
Tonight at 11 o'clock, so we'll talk to Joe around 8:15 or so. And we're also going to have comedian Brent Tarun on the show. He's at Punchline tonight and through the weekend, so we'll talk to him around 9 o'clock. So we have a bunch of things to get to.
Yes.
Yeah, let's take a break, come back in a second, get into all of it, and a stupid question with some stuff for you. I think we have a $150 Fogo de Show gift card I think you would like. So we'll come back with that in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Time's running out for you to make your appointment for the 16th annual I Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive, benefiting the American Red Cross. Tomorrow, you can help ensure the blood supply is there for your neighbors in need. You can give at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks,
The In the Heights musical is a kaleidoscope of dreams that aims to rally a vibrant and tight-knit community. In this clip, star Lin-Manuel Miranda talks about shooting the film on location.
The fact that we set up shop on 175th Street and we cast as many local extras as we could, and we got costume elements from the local stores, and we, our catering was local, and like every aspect of it, we just tried to be good neighbors while we were there. And it was an incredible summer. And then when I watch it, I can't believe it was real.
In the Heights is now showing in theaters and on HBO Max. And there you go. That's your entertainment report for the day. We have a lot going on today, friends. We have a chance to win this very cool concert experience and trip, if you will, to New York City on Sunday. Foo Fighters to play in Madison Square Garden. You'll get train you get train tickets, you get a hotel stay, and you get tickets to the show. But you need to listen to the Foo Fighter songs that we're playing through the course of the morning. If you missed the first one, you're out of the running because we've got it. It started 6 a.m. and it goes till noon. So just a reminder to keep track of the Foo Fighter songs. Pierre is going to have your chance to win that trip later on this afternoon. A couple of guests on the show. Joe Holden from CBS 3 and comedian Brent Taroon will be on as well. We'll take a break and come back with it all on this gorgeous Thursday morning. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on
We might have to. Yeah, let's dust off the shelves at the general store. Because I've got a lot of product and need to move it this week.
Time to head down to the general store where Buyer Preston Elliott has just gotten some new inventory in. We're all excited to see what he has. He starts to unbox everything. You know, his wife left him.
No, this is not true. No, some odds and ends to go through. And according to Wallet Hub, the website, the best state to live in overall in the United States is New Jersey.
Why is that?
The state landed in the
Because it's so close to Pennsylvania.
place on the website's best states to live in rankings and received high marks in the health and education category, coming in fifth place on the list. It also ranked fourth in lowest crime rate and ranked in the top 10 for quality of life, according to the survey.
Jersey's a fine state.
It lagged in areas of affordability, where it ranked 49th on the list. So
Yeah, it's expensive.
It's expensive to live in, and in economy, where it ranked toward the middle compared to other
Well,
states.
especially if you're up towards North Jersey, like closer
Yes.
to New York. It's like living in New York. It is so expensive.
And that's why it's become that way, because a lot of people obviously move out of the city, go through the tunnel, and live
Right.
like Hoboken became a very trendy place to live, and that used to be kind of a dumpy area. So the same thing happened in Connecticut, and people who were living in the city, moved to the adjoining states and made those states subsequently more expensive to live in those areas.
Well, and Jersey City, too, is that was a dump for a long time. And now it's like the new Hoboken. Like, people are going to Jersey City instead of Hoboken now.
But if you think of New Jersey, if you think of the different nuances of it, so you have, we know it across the river, and we know, Cherry Hill and Princeton and those areas, and then you have the shore, and then you have that area that's right outside of, New York. So it has different complexions to it.
Yeah, very much so.
Well, I sometimes, Steve, if I'm coming from Southern Points and I cross over the Delaware Memorial Bridge to get in New Jersey from the Wilmington side,
yes,
I forget how rural that part of New Jersey is.
Very much so.
It's just wide open farmland, and it's and very different, as you were saying, than any place else in the state.
And then you go up to some northern parts of it, and then you forget how the terrain becomes more mountainous and rocky.
Like the Poconos almost.
And beautiful.
Yeah.
So it's got, like you said, Steve, it's got a bunch of different complexities or complexions, to it.
And it has blueberries.
That, too. Yep. Lots of Jersey blueberries and tomatoes.
And dinosaur bones.
Wallet Hub's survey took into account 52 weighted metrics, including property taxes and cost of living as more important factors, as opposed to movie theaters per capita and low birth weights, which were deemed less important factors. I do have the top 10 in their list of overall best states in the country to live in. So you had New Jersey.
10 sounds desperate.
Yeah, New Jersey is number one. Massachusetts was number two. Followed by New York, Idaho,
New York,
Minnesota, Wisconsin, Utah, New Hampshire, Iowa is in there, kind of interesting. And number 10 was Pennsylvania.
Oh, well, there you go. We made the list. I was about to start cursing.
Yeah, so we're in the top 10. So that's not a bad place to be.
That's good.
But if you're in Jersey, according to Wallet Hub, whether you believe it or not, they have deemed it to be the best place to live in overall.
They didn't micro-specify a particular region as being the best place within New Jersey to live, did they?
No, I tried to find the breakdown of all this stuff, and I couldn't find the definitive list. I went on Wallet Hub, but it only had summaries of it. It didn't have the.
You're a New Jerseyite now, Preston.
I do have some New Jersey property. So I'm new. I'm new to the whole state, but we're enjoying what we're experiencing so far.
And you too, Case.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. But that it's almost like it's not New Jersey. New Jersey, I just don't know. The layout seems so
flat.
No, weird to me. It's just if you were to blindfold me and drive me around for a while and then plop me, in. And ask me if I was in Pennsylvania or New Jersey, I'd be like, I could totally tell the difference.
We need to try that.
Just by looking around?
Just by looking around, I'd be like, no, this is definitely New Jersey. I guarantee you, it just has a
one morning we're going to do that.
Yeah,
I'm thinking, I'm like, wait a minute. That's actually, you could put one of us in Delaware, one of us in New Jersey, and one in Pennsylvania and see if we could identify what state we're in.
Which part of New Jersey is most like Pennsylvania.
Okay, so I feel like there is
A woman.
Man, I feel like a woman. All right, so I went for a bike ride with Chuck around his area, and he's like Barrington, and there were parts of Haddonfield that felt very, very similar to where I grew up.
There's a town called Summit in North Jersey, and that reminds me a lot of PA. Like some of the New York suburbs, some of the oranges in those areas, those remind me of like PA suburbs.
Because they have like little neighborhoods and stuff that, like we do.
I agree, though. There's certain looks to Jersey in certain areas that I could identify immediately. I'm in New Jersey.
Yeah.
And then you go to a place like my brother used to live in Red Bank, and you would.
That's where Kevin Smith's from, right?
Yeah, you couldn't tell. Yeah. Where am I?
But Casey, you're talking about having you like in the middle of a field and saying that,
No.
or in a town.
I would have to be in a town. You would obviously have to cover up the license plates on cars or whatever. But
let's put you in a field. Let's see if you can.
But Kath, I feel the same way about Delaware as well. I'm like, I'm definitely in Delaware right now. There's just a.
If we were to put you in a quarry, do you think you could tell? Just by the stone deposits.
I think you could also do that at the shore. Like if you dropped me off in any shore town, I could tell you which one I was in.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, we could try that too.
And we also
might be easier.
We wanted to do this with Preston. We wanted to drop him off on a tee box in some golf course.
Oh yeah.
And what's tell you?
And he'd be able to tell you what course he was on.
Right. Just by one quick look. Right.
Yep.
Yeah. But anyhow, maybe we'll try
that.
Something
a lot
like
of
that.
Traveling.
Down the road. So best state to live in, New Jersey, according to Wallet Hub. All right, let's see what else we can find.
Let's walk down the aisle to another show.
Sorry, I'm trying to turn that down, Mr. Announcer.
It's okay.
Let's see, I got a bunch of things here. How about let's do one that we can chat with Kathy on.
Kathy chat.
Oh, hey.
Scientists from the Green Science Policy Institute tested 231 cosmetic products from stores and brands across the United States and Canada and found some contained potentially toxic chemicals called PFAS. These chemicals break down slowly and therefore can build up in water and food, stay in our bodies, and cause health issues. And exposure to the two most well-studied PFASs has been linked to increased risk of some cancers, low birth weight, and problems with the thyroid and immune system.
Well, that's not good.
The study,
but this is like forever. This isn't new.
It's been around forever.
Yeah.
You know that you take a risk when you're using cosmetics.
Yeah, I mean, but there are a lot of cosmetics that I don't know about the PFAS specifically, but I mean, cosmetics have taken out so many ingredients to try to help with this.
Am I at risk for using lipsticks as push pops?
You might be.
Okay.
Yeah.
the study found that more than
They taste so good.
More than 3/4 of waterproof mascaras, nearly 2/3 of foundations and liquid lipsticks, and more than half of eye and lip products had high fluorine levels, suggesting the presence of PFAS.
PFAS. Excuse me, which cosmetics do you have that are low in PFAS?
The team found nearly 90% of the products with high fluorine levels, including 29 confirmed to contain PFAS.
Do you have a way of putting Botox in my body without using needles?
No, it's not what it is. It's the actual Botox in the body that
Oh,
scares
it's
me.
the actual Botox.
I mean, I don't like needles, but.
So that's more the paranoia. It's not the needle part.
Could you squirt it in my open mouth?
Listen, the needle is certainly not helping the situation, but yes, it is also.
There are layers of paranoia to Kathy.
Yeah, I know.
Do you have any bovine virus you could pump into my throat? I would like to have some poison injected into my face.
Since there's not much that people can do to avoid unlabeled PFAS, the study authors are calling on the government to ban PFAS in makeup and other personal care products.
We've talked about other issues concerning Preston, and this is obviously before the pandemic, but, going in and these samples that they would have there that multiple people would be using and
I don't think we're ever going to go back to that.
Yeah.
So that doesn't bother you, though. See, I thought for sure this PFAS stuff.
Oh, no, but that's what I'm saying to you is it's nothing new. Like, I think there's a whole, I don't know if it's like an actual law or what it is, but there's like a Clean Beauty Act that takes all of these ingredients out of products. So this seems like it's sort of, although it's new, it seems like it's sort of along those lines.
Do you see yourself returning to a point where you're just rubbing berries on your face as rouge?
Essentially, that is what I'm doing. Like the stuff that I use so I found out that a product that I used for so long was not all that great. And I was like so disappointed when I found out because I used it every single day. And I'm like,
can you mention it without?
I don't want to say the name because
And
I
what
don't.
do you mean by
just,
not so great? Like just bad radiation for you?
as far as the ingredients go and what were in the ingredients of the product, I thought it was basically healthy for my skin. And not that it wasn't, but there were some ingredients that probably shouldn't have been there. I could find another product that didn't have it. So what I'm using right now, I'm basically rubbing like water on my face.
Okay.
It has absolutely nothing in it.
Okay, so
Well, your skins never look better.
Kathy, when it comes to your soaps and shampoos, do you make sure that whatever you're using is paraben free?
Well, that's like most stuff doesn't have parabens in it. That those have been taken out of the majority of healthcare products.
What are parabens?
They're like salmon.
It was along the lines of this.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, like and a lot of the cosmetic companies now will say paraben free right on the label because they want everybody to know it's not in there.
It also becomes a trendy way to sell things, Also, and when they extract something, they can say now,
Or they can say
there
that
are
it's paraben free if it never even had parabens in the first
it's
place.
like you'll see a bag of sugar, no salt.
This apple is paraben free.
Right.
But there's so much like everybody sees that paraben free, but there's so much other stuff in these products that you have to know about to know, if they're the healthiest for your skin.
It's such a massive industry, cosmetics.
Yep.
That's why I got out of it. I couldn't handle it all.
I bet. I bet. It's a lot of pressure. Okay, let's stroll to another section of the store. Let's go to the entertainment department.
That's where the DVDs are.
That's right. Netflix will launch an online store to sell limited edition apparel, lifestyle merchandise, and collectibles based on their popular shows like Stranger Things and Lupin.
I'm down with this.
It's a great idea.
I'm surprised they haven't already.
I know.
Dumbasses.
Netflix.shop will be available in the United States starting today, actually, and expand to other countries in the coming months.
So what show would you target? I mean, for me, Stranger Things would be an obvious.
Yeah, that would definitely be one of them.
Yeah.
If they could come up with some fun stuff, some out of the ordinary things. What else do I watch?
The Floor is Lava
regularly on Netflix. That could be kind of fun.
Yeah.
Too.
Mindhunter T-shirts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tiger King.
Yes.
Like that you could definitely get some official merch.
This also gives marketing options. I mean, when you sign a deal with Netflix, then you could make a deal for your merch rights with Netflix directly.
That's a good idea. The video streaming pioneer is facing a growing list of competitors offering their own streaming services with new movies and TV shows. And in April, Netflix fell short of Wall Street projections for the new subscribers. The online store offers a new source of revenue for Netflix and expands its product line beyond the items that it sells through partners such as Target and Walmart. So they already do some merch through those retailers. Merchandise in the online shop will be, quote, carefully selected, high quality apparel and lifestyle products, according to the company.
Will it be paraben free?
Most likely.
Right.
Items debuting this month include streetwear and action figures based on anime series Yasuke and Eden, and apparel and decorative items inspired by French crime thriller Lupin. The Lupin products were developed with the Louvre, by the way.
Ooh.
The museum, yes.
So I wonder how far short Netflix fell, because you do have these, I mean, Disney certainly put a dent in things. HBO Max has put a dent in things. Amazon Prime, I mean, you have some strong contenders. But also then you also have a situation where so many people already had Netflix. Just by the simple math, wouldn't your numbers start to dwindle after everyone has...
Yeah, you can only get so many people. Mm-hmm. In the future, the company plans to introduce products based on The Witcher and Stranger Things.
The Witcher's a big series.
And Netflix logo wear from Japanese fashion house Beams. Netflix has also created video games based on shows like La Casa de Papel, which is Money Heist, and Stranger Things as well. So you'll be able to check this out starting today, netflix.shop.
When's Stranger Things coming on?
I don't know. I haven't seen any official announcements.
Is it October?
Shouldn't The Boys, the third season, doesn't that usually come out in the summer?
Good question.
Yeah.
Don't know. There are a lot of shows I'm waiting for. Those two, Mrs. Maisel, waiting for the announcement of when that's going to begin.
I think you kill momentum if you don't, I mean, I know it's hard because they're producing basically movies.
Right.
But you want to keep some sort of consistency or else you kill the energy for a show.
Well, the last Stranger Things season dropped like 4th of July weekend, so that would be exciting.
Yeah.
But I for some reason, I just the month of October just sticks out in my mind. I don't know why.
I think they moved it back, actually, Case.
Okay.
And officially, there is no release date at this point.
A few months ago, I went back and watched the interview we had with David Harbour here in our studio, and I'd asked him, I go, so what's the story, man? I mean, we had to wait like a year and a half, 2 years, however long it was, and he fired back in a very funny way about how you've got to be kidding me. He's like, we're essentially making 5 movies for you here, and that's not enough. So it was pretty funny, and he's right. It's a lot of work to crank those shows out.
It could be 2022, actually.
He's so good on that show.
He's excellent.
And he's got the Black Widows coming out, too.
Yes, very interested to see that. All right, let us stroll to another part of the store.
Let's go to the pornography section.
No, we're not going to the pornography. We're going to the funeral section of the store. There's all kinds. Yeah, the general store has lots of things, but this is kind of fun, Kathy. It's not
fun
real.
Funeral?
It's like the TARDIS in Doctor Who. It goes on forever.
Well, from the people behind, I guess it's a service called Tinseltown Toast.
Tinseltown Toast?
But there's something else. A collective of award-winning Hollywood screenwriters who will script your big wedding moments. That's what Tinseltown Toasts are. Now arrives a new service that they're calling Phobituaries. Or the gift they didn't know they were dying for. It actually is pretty funny. These are published obituaries that read like eulogies and feel like roasts, and they're for people who are actually still alive. Okay, so you can have this done by a group of writers.
So he's some comedy writers, right?
Yes. So the man behind Phobituaries, Anonymous, is anonymous, by the way. He's decided not in this particular interview. He wants to remain under wraps. The new service started when he pivoted from his usual workload during the last year. He said, through COVID-19, I've written a bunch of eulogies, which is emotionally taxing, but rewarding too, because a good eulogy is a celebration, more bon voyage than goodbye. But after his girlfriend turned 30, he had a new idea. He interviewed a half dozen of her good friends and wrote an obituary to her youth. He said to say that it went over well is the understatement of understatements. Via his main haunt at Tinseltown Toast, and you can email that service to request those, to request these phobits. He has now written living eulogies to someone's usefulness, which would be their retirement, kissing ass for a promotion, or freedom on both the birth of a child and to commemorate a marriage, and many others for big-name clients, including attorneys, finance folk, physicians, and executives in both technology and media.
What's the going rate for these things?
Very expensive. So these fun odes are sourced with stories from coworkers, friends, and family.
So they actually do investigation.
Oh, yeah. They don't just write generic ones. And then the speeches are made to be framed and hung on the wall.
All right.
So the phobits don't come cheap, as I said. A rough estimate for the service is $2,000 to start.
Listen, I'd write my own phobit for someone.
Which is more than Tinseltown's other speeches, but does require several interviews and the work of a graphic designer. So it's not just, there's a bit of presentation behind it. He said, these aren't just one-off speeches. He said, I'm not calling this art by any means, but there is a permanence to them. They get framed, displayed, and taken out to be read aloud at dinner parties.
So how many have been sold so far? Is it a brisk
They didn't
business?
say, but enough. So he's apparently, he said, I certainly thought of the Adventures of Tom Sawyer when they had the idea to write the first one. There's a scene where in the book where Tom and Huck are thought dead. They died on a river, on a raft, and they're having a funeral for him.
Right.
And they show up while they're being eulogized.
Listening to their own stuff. Yeah.
So he said he thought of that. He said, but I like to think that in the roasting, we land somewhere between Twain's mischievous Sawyer and the sheer absurdity of Brick attending his own funeral in Anchorman 2. And I hope that in the overall takeaway, there's always a hint of waking Ned Devine. So they're phobituaries, and if you really are interested in spending $2,000 for something like this, do a search on Tinseltown Toasts, And you should be. It says a collective of award-winning Hollywood screenwriters.
Okay.
Do this.
All right, but they're remaining anonymous, is what they're saying. They don't list your award-winning screenwriters.
Right, but I think you can find that out just in this particular interview. If you're going to pay $2,000, you can find out who these people are, I would imagine. So
interesting.
Yeah, so a little side action for that person, and an interesting little thing for
obituaries.
You to pick up. Yeah. All right, let's walk down the aisle that takes us into space, if you will. We're headed up. We're headed to NASA. An ambitious project will send a tiny wooden satellite into orbit later this year to see if it can stand up to the brutal conditions of space.
So a wooden satellite.
That is correct.
This is the Amish division of NASA?
No, the WISA Woodstat is a 4-inch square satellite that's scheduled for a fall launch on a Rocket Lab Electron rocket in New Zealand.
So, obviously there's going to be radiation and other sources at work here. Mm-hmm. What do they expect to happen with this?
Well, it's already survived a test run into the stratosphere. Getting to orbit is only part of the adventure. Once it's there, the team will monitor the cube to see how its plywood build stands up to cold, heat, radiation, and the vacuum of space.
So if this proves durable, do you think we will see plywood spacesuits?
I doubt that. But maybe satellites of sorts. We'll have to see.
Right.
I know that...
so that we could get Jeff Devlin to make us a satellite.
I remember seeing in the past when they were in the forming years of the space program in the United States, for reentry purposes, they had flirted with the idea of using a wooden heat shield.
Yeah, let it burn up.
That would burn off on the way out.
Yeah.
And it didn't quite work out, but that was initially what they were going to do.
Then they tried s'mores.
So there is a place for wood in the space program.
You bet your ass there is.
Woodsat is the brainchild of Jari Mäkinen, co-founder of CubeSat replica kit company Arctic Astronauts.
You were just mentioning him, Kathy.
The European Space Agency is providing a suite of sensors to track the satellite's performance and will also help with pre-flight testing.
Is this a problem, though, considering space termites?
The plywood satellite's only non-wood parts on the outside are aluminum rails needed to release the satellite into space and an extendable selfie stick that will hold a camera pointed back at the body.
Hey, let me ask you something. Do we revisit the notion of at least finally looking for completion on sending something into the outer edges of our atmosphere? And
No.
do we just let the dream die?
Yes.
That's the spirit of the show, right?
Yes.
If at first you don't succeed, just pack it away.
I hated it at the end.
We tried with people who
It was a
swore
nightmare.
up and down that they knew what they were doing.
Engineers,
They didn't know
top
what they were
thinkers,
doing. Yep.
And then when you watched elementary schools pull it off seamlessly,
I mean, the reality
you realized we were utter, staggering imbeciles.
The last Vag launch that we did was on top of the Valley Forge Casino and Resort,
Yeah.
on that roof that they have there and the taller building in that complex. And as soon as it left, it started going down.
Yeah.
And I just was like, I give up. I give up.
There is... Again, like not even very good students were able to send this stuff.
We never had one successful Vag launch.
We never had one.
Not even when it flew into the
we
flight
did.
path. That was pretty.
It ended up in New Jersey one time.
Yeah, that was when it flew across the airport.
That's closer
That
to
was
space than we
successful.
ever got.
Well, that wasn't when we were trying to send anything to space. That we were sending it out and people were trying to find
Oh
it.
yeah.
Space
That was a good
disaster.
one.
Yeah.
That was actually a good one.
Yeah.
It was increasing the edge of space was proved problematic. We're looking at a video now, Preston.
Yeah.
What a
Sending.
nightmare.
Yep.
As
What
soon as
a
it left.
goddamn night. You're right. What was I thinking?
Technologically speaking, we did get better.
With the footage.
With the footage and all that.
And the GPS tracking.
And the tracking, yes.
Right.
Not the whole goal of the project.
It'd be like the designer of the Titanic saying, we got better. We were able to track the sinking better.
We were able to track it across the parking lot.
By the way, if you don't know, if you're newer to the show and you're not familiar with the Vag project, we would take a blow-up sex doll, we would attach balloons to it, and then release it. And we were going to try to send one into space. And we're looking at the video now, and I remember, Nick, you doing the live report going, and it seems like it's going down. And it ended up in a parking lot, and it was just a horrible waste of time.
So the first time we did it was actually it's in an apartment building that's right next to the Comcast towers.
Yes.
And that apartment building is still there.
The silver something.
Yeah.
They're a bunch of old people.
Well, so Josh Landale's grandmother lived in this apartment. She was like like senile, had no idea that we were there doing this. Like, so
launching a sex doll off her balcony.
She had no clue. She had no clue. Like, he basically snuck in.
Did you say she was senile?
Yeah.
I don't remember that part. Okay.
Yeah, she was not. The Sterling is the name of the building.
Sterling is the building, not the Silver something.
And she didn't know what we were doing. And like,
we're doing science here, old woman.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, we tried that, and now they're trying to make a plywood satellite.
And they're going to succeed.
They probably will succeed. A Woodstat test model hitched a ride into the stratosphere on a weather balloon on June 12th. That flight lasted just under 3 hours. The plywood came out just fine, and the camera worked as expected.
I was chasing this thing on the ground because we didn't have tracking or anything like that. And there's the circle that's in front of the cathedral. Yeah. I mean, I was running across that like I was in like a jewelry heist or something like that.
Oh, I remember. And Bill would have a heart attack every time we did this because, I mean, that's right. We had Pierre launch a few, too.
Yeah, we did a few from the city. Then we went out into the burbs. And,
we're done.
We're done. It's been done.
All right, one more thing from the general store. A few odds and ends to take a look at
There's
this
a big
morning.
basket of crap over there. Let's see what's in it.
All right, in it is some information about zillennials.
Zillennials?
Yeah.
All right, what constitutes a zillennial these days?
I guess they're just the youngins. So if you look at TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, you'll find zillennials. Zillennials, Steve, actually are born between 1983 and 1988.
Okay.
Creating content, pining for eras gone by, but some eras they weren't even alive for. So what's the deal with this type of escapism? Well, psychologist Dr. Christine Batcho says that this is on par for the course for anyone transitioning from adolescent to a young adult. She explains.
You pine for times before you existed.
Correct.
Huh.
Research has shown that this age group is especially likely to feel nostalgic. For teens and young adults, there's considerable conflict in abandoning childhood. She also says this is a time of identity exploration, and there's a tension between wanting to be like everyone else, to be accepted, and wanting to be different, to be a unique, independent person. So this is where the interest in past decades comes from, and the internet gives them significantly more access to browse and cherry pick the trends and cultural movements that they connect with the most. I remember, Steve, when I was a kid, nationally, there was a big... the 50s was kind of romanticized.
Oh, yeah. Because of Happy Days,
Happy Days
Laverne and Shirley,
all of that.
American Graffiti.
I remember and American Graffiti probably kicked all that off.
Yes.
We had, yet another one. Well, I remember I was in, I don't know, like 6th or 7th grade or whatever, and we had a stage show that we did that was all 50s related.
Yeah. At that time, that was the nostalgic era to look back at.
Exactly. So now people are looking back to the 1980s and stuff like that.
I remember because I'm a little bit older, I was nostalgic for the Bronze Age.
Sure.
And it was just like, man, bronze, man.
A lot of good things happen.
My dad did say, though, that because he grew up in the 50s, he said it was awesome. He loved it. I mean, he was a child in the 50s, and he just absolutely loved growing up in that decade. And I feel the same way about the 80s.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I had so much fun. But we were kids.
Yeah.
So, that's part of it.
That's when you could dream about sending a sex doll into space.
Dr. Batcho adds, historical nostalgia is longing for the way things were in a prior time in history, even predating one's birth. This type of nostalgia is associated with a degree of dissatisfaction with current circumstances.
I get this, and I also understand picking moments of like pop culture. You'll find a lot of people who are very young these days who are like Betty Page fans.
Yeah.
And these bizarre, iconic things that predate them by decades.
Right.
That you're able to find, latch onto, and embrace.
So I was watching Stand By Me the other day. It is on Netflix. And
that's
so
service.
It's set in 1959, and I just found it wild because of the music at that time. Like even the most badass people, right? Like Eyeball and Ace and all these guys, they were listening to what we would consider today to be like kind of like soft bubblegummy music.
You want to see something funny, Steve? What's the movie that? Marlon Brando was in early in his career.
The Men on the Waterfront.
He's a motorcycle.
The Wild One.
The Wild One.
Yeah.
And Casey, they show these scenes of these tough guys, these real badasses.
Yeah.
And they're wet, and they go in and they're dancing to this jitterbug jazz music.
Dance,
And
dance,
at the
dance.
time, it was
These dudes are so tough.
it was wild. It was kind of living on the
They're
edge.
dancing to this bebop music.
Yeah.
Or like tough guys, like at
What
night.
are you, greaser?
Yeah, they'd be hanging out on the corner singing doo-wop together.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was tough at the time. So also, Zillennials are exploring new territory in a way as their entire lives have been in digital, which creates stress from social and interpersonal changes, as psychologists said, oftentimes in the so-called public eye of social media. So, decade daydreaming, thinking a few decades back, even before you were born.
That makes sense.
Is common to that generation.
I could imagine being a kid like now and like if you're so wrapped up in content creating that you're living your life to provide content. You know what I'm saying? You're not able to tear yourself away. You're always worrying about capturing something for your streaming or your Twitch channel or whatever. It's too much.
It is. All right, we got to close up shop, gang, because we got
Time to close the door, lost the lease, everything must go until we return again.
We will be back into the store sometime, but we do have a lot of stuff to get to. We're going to take a quick break. Don't forget that the I Believe for Presidency blood drive is tomorrow.
Whoa!
with
I like the way she says that.
Toasty.
Before we do the bizarre file, quick shout out, if you will, please. Got this email from Ethan Hansroth. Bless you. Sorry. And says, shout out, can I get a shout out to my awesome dad, Roger Hansroth? This gray old man is turning 63 on June 17th. Thought he deserved a little extra love today. My dad has been an incredibly hardworking MICU nurse down at Jeff for the past 35 plus years.
Wow.
He's worked through the HIV/AIDS epidemic, Ebola outbreak, and COVID crisis, never losing his passion or drive to help other people. He is a funny, easygoing guy, loves traveling, getting to know anybody that crosses his path. His hard work and dedication have inspired me to follow in his footsteps as I now work on a neurology unit at Jeff as an RN. He's a longtime daily listener who regularly attends and participates in the MMRBQ and the Camp Out for Hunger. Wanted to see if yous would be able to send a wet, happy birthday shout out to Raj.
Please,
he
Raj.
says, love you, Dad, and appreciate everything you've done for Mom, Alex, Adam, Gogi, and me.
Gogi.
Happy birthday, Pops. And he says, thank you guys for spreading peace, love, and hope during these challenging times for a lot of people from the nursing community. Thank you. So here's a shout out to Pops, and happy birthday to you, sir. All right. We should do the bizarre file, and we're going to do it now.
Now, WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. You can download the DraftKings app and use the code ROCK to get in on the action. We're going to start with a doozy. It's messed up. I'll tell you that right off the bat here.
Oh, boy.
A Spanish man was sentenced Tuesday to 15 years in prison after killing and eating his 68-year-old mother.
Oh, what?
In 2019. I can't believe he only got 15 years, to be honest.
Well, he didn't finish her.
Police had arrested Alberto Sanchez Gomez after they found body parts, some in plastic containers.
Mom, I just want to eat you up.
In the fridge and in drawers around the family's home.
Jeez.
Maria Soledad Gomez's head, hands, and heart were allegedly found on her bed.
Oh, my God.
Well, the rest of her body was cut into around 1,000 pieces, the police said.
Maybe he only got 15 because of insanity.
Yeah, maybe. They went
No, you think he was insane?
to the house after a friend reportedly called police who were concerned about Maria. And during the 2-week trial, Gomez claimed that he had suffered from a psychotic episode. He told the court he had heard hidden messages on TV that told him to kill his mother. He claimed he did not remember cutting up or eating his mother, but a police officer testified that during transport to the station, Gomez told the officers that he had strangled his mother from behind.
Jeez.
According to the officer, he had also eaten some parts of her body, some cooked and some raw, and had given some pieces to the dog as well.
To the dog.
The court rejected Gomez's arguments, ultimately sentencing him to 15 years and 5 months for his crimes. Man.
Well, that's a level of hell we can't even comprehend.
No, not at all. All right, little tamer. 2 former Royal Marines have been jailed for smuggling cocaine into the UK in boxes of Legos after one of them was accidentally given to a child for his birthday.
Hey, how much do Coke Legos go for?
The kilo of cocaine inside the gift was among 18 kilograms that Jack Jones and Isaac Rasmussen had bought illegally into the country from the Netherlands. One had been delivered to Rasmussen's home in Merseyside, but he was out, so it was left with a neighbor. She unsuccessfully tried to return it over several weeks until she was asked by her son's girlfriend for birthday present ideas for her young son and gave her the box, which had an image of a Lego fire engine on the front.
I bet you could make more smuggling Legos than cocaine.
However, when the friend opened up the gift-wrapped present on her son's birthday, she discovered a solid white block of cocaine inside.
Jeez.
Jones was jailed for 16 and a half years on Tuesday. That dude got more than the woman, the guy who cut up and ate his own mother.
Had
16 and a half years. The other guy got 15 and a half.
We're talking about Legos.
Wow. And Rasmussen was sentenced to 10 years in jail.
Wow. There's a documentary called White Boy Rick on Netflix about this kid who was he was a cocaine dealer, and he had done more time in jail than an admitted murderer. Crazy documentary.
Yes, it's weird how these they nail you for check forgery. There are people who do incredible amounts of time, much more time than murderers.
Greenpeace has apologized for the injuries caused by a protester whose parachute landing did not go as planned before Germany's game against France at the European Championship. UEFA said several people were treated in the hospital after the man connected with overhead camera wires and caused debris to fall onto the pitch and main grandstand. The Greenpeace spokesperson Benjamin Steffen said that was never our intention. The paraglider was to fly over the stadium and drop a latex ball with a message of protest onto the field. The protesters' parachute had the slogan "Kick Out Oil" and Greenpeace on it. Steffen said technical difficulties meant the pilot was forced to land in the stadium. He said, "We deeply regret that this put people in danger and apparently injured 2 persons." The protester landed heavily on the pitch and was given medical attention before being escorted away by security. UEFA called the action reckless and dangerous and said law authorities will take the necessary action. France's head coach was seen ducking out of the way of a large piece of equipment near the dugout when it happened.
Yeah, the footage. You can see the guy is really hurt when he hits the ground.
Yeah. A family had an almighty shock when their pet cat miraculously returned to their home after they believed he had been cremated. Frankie, a 16-year-old cat, didn't come home on the evening of May 19th, and after a few days, his family became worried. They searched all over the area for him and even had the help of lots of residents. After driving back onto the motorway, Frankie's owner, Rachel Fitzsimmons, believed that she spotted a dead cat on the shoulder. Rachel and her husband, John, got as close as they could to the cat but couldn't tell if it was him. They tried to take a picture to zoom in, but the cat had been too badly injured to allow it to be identified. Rachel said the markings matched Frankie, and we lived close to the motorway, so we were sure that it was him. She called the highways agency, and after the weekend, workers went out to check the dead animal. They retrieved the dead animal and said it was a fluffy tabby cat with white markings, which matched Frankie's description. So the highway agency took the cat to the compound, but staff were unable to scan his chip. After collecting the cat, the heartbroken family had the feline cremated.
It was the wrong cat.
Rachel's 7-year-old son put the ashes by his bed as he usually slept with Frankie on his bed every night. But a few mornings later, John came running back to the door as he thought he heard Frankie, and there he was.
Thought you got rid of me, didn't you?
Rachel said he was bedraggled and very thin, meowing to come in as if nothing had happened.
Then who was the other cat?
She said, "We are all cried and we were in shock. He's so lucky, and we would like to know whose pet we have cremated." So,
wow.
They don't know.
He's a cat.
Yep.
That's all you need to know.
He is a cat. Yes, he is. All right, and then finally, a North Troy, Vermont man was injured in an explosion Tuesday afternoon after police say he was making homemade fireworks. It happened near a high school as well. Police say Wayne LePage, 40 years old, mind you, was making homemade fireworks in a camper behind his home when the explosion happened.
Why don't we take a break? Smoke them if you got them.
Police say LePage had burns on his upper body, and he was rushed to the hospital by a family member.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break? Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
His condition was not available. No one else was injured. Nearby residents were evacuated, and the street was blocked off. The school also went into lockdown. The Vermont State Police bomb squad was called in along with members of the ATF and FBI. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, let's take a 5-minute break and come back in just a moment. And we're going to have Joe Holden from CBS 3. It's a really cool unsolved case. So CBS 3 Mysteries.
Yeah.
Shows on Thursday nights at 11 o'clock. If you have not seen it yet, they are cold cases and notorious cases in and around our area. Boy in the Box is one that they've looked at.
Yeah.
Mark Heimbog and the Ryan Ferris, to name a few of these. And tonight they're going to dive into another one, and we would like to welcome to the program this morning from CBS 3, Mr. Joe Holden. Hey,
wow.
Joe. How you doing, man?
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, dude. We're looking at you via Zoom. It's a beautiful morning. You're outside somewhere?
In Havertown.
In Havertown. Are we watching you on your Ring doorbell? Because that's what it looks like.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
This is my iPhone 6 that I've been using for a few years.
Wow.
Okay. All right. You don't want to progress too quickly.
Hey, so Joe, the CBS 3 Mysteries series, I love stuff like this. Steve, we all love stuff like this.
It's so compelling.
Cold cases are pretty wild to go back and take a look at. And you as a person who's doing the research and putting the show together and reporting, are you kind of hoping that maybe you can find that little piece of evidence and maybe be part of breaking these cases?
I told police to use us. That is my pitch to whoever we're working with, whether it's Cape May County, where we were talking with Mark Heimbaugh's mother. I remember seeing his face when I was 11 years old. They were looking for him. There was a brush fire in the woods across the street from his house. And then he just never came home. And days, weeks, months, years. And it was such an honor, as sort of strange as it sounds, to stand in her kitchen and talk to her about the disappearance of her son, now going on 30 years. Wow. So I would love to hear that our contributions helped find Mark Heimbaugh. And yet there's a mom who's ready to go to her grave thinking she'll never see her son or know what happened to him again. The one really cool thing that happened a few weeks ago on a case in Delaware County, and I don't want to jeopardize the investigation, but following our report on a Thursday night at 11, police got a tip that sort of steered their investigation in a new direction, and that was on also a 30-year-old cold case.
Wow.
So I was blown away by that.
Well, that's something that. So listen, when you're talking decades, and you're saying you're looking to provide you want justice and you want closure, and to just for these families that you talk about, but also there's so much that stinks about social media and about and all this mesh of stuff and the constant yapping. But here's something where applied to what you guys do and getting the word out and spreading the message. We're now in a point in time where you might just find that one person who might just say, I remember this. Oh, yeah. And spark a possible resolution that could bring so much closure into these things. And then, there's so many. We think, most everything gets solved. That's not the case.
We are so busy with, we do 3 minutes of weather, we do sports. Oh, my God, the Sixers last night. Yeah. Yet, why not try to do something that has been kind of timeless and age-old, where people have a genuine interest in wanting to know what happened to the boy in the box? Who is that boy in the box in Philly? They are so close. And we are so just on the sidelines watching these homicide investigators who will not give up. And my executive producer of mine and I thought, you know what? We have the sources, we have the contacts. Let's do this. Let's be an agent of help. Let's try to get this done. Let's just find some answers.
Well, Joe,
and
Well, I was going to say, tell us a little bit about the case that's on tonight, Tyra Waiters. You'll have to bring me up to speed on the details on that case.
Yeah, well, so Tyra Waiters, we talked about Tyra a few weeks ago. Tonight, it's a woman named Joy Hibbs, 35 years old, from Bristol. She is to the bank on a Friday in April 1991. She goes to the grocery store. She cashes her check. So what's the time period we're talking about?
Right.
She comes home and something happens. But her son later comes home from school, finds the house on fire, She dies in the fire, and a few days later, it was determined that she was strangled and stabbed. And it is a case that has gone without a resolution for 30 years this past April. Her husband, who these days lives in Washington, ruled out as a suspect. He was at work at the time. He has recently been able to put up a $25,000 reward leading to valuable information to help find his wife's killer. So this is another family that has had one foot in this terrible situation while trying to move on with their lives.
But you can't.
They can't, and they have the courage, though, to tell us about it one more time. Do you know how many reporters they've talked to over the years? But, here's this guy from Delaware County named Joe Holden who just wants to ask you one more time to relive it, because we think, in talking to enough detectives and experts, that there is something about maybe a stage of grief or a stage of guilt or a 12-step process where somebody who knows something or had a hand in this to some degree may have a change of heart, and this may be the time for them to come forward and talk.
What's happened is, and it's sort of a weird dynamic, because I'm fascinated. There are whole channels that are involved with investigations like this and things of this nature, and you guys do it, and what you do is you're very committed to this, and so there's sort of a citizen detective phenomenon that's occurring these days, where people will just randomly review cases and see if they can add anything to it. And sometimes they cloudy things up, but sometimes they get results. So, and I know that's your goal as well. So I'm always fascinated by that one detective who investigated the case at the beginning, who it becomes something that, they're personally touched by the family. And they stay with it, these unsung heroes who are just relentless over so much time because they refuse to let it go. I'm sure you encounter that often, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, you sit on the side of a table where a guy from Philly Homicide, who's just in a tornado of cases, they just don't stop coming. In fact, they actually refer to their recent homicides as, quote, live cases.
Yeah.
A guy like this has a box or a file cabinet of these cases. It's only this guy that's keeping them in life, alive. And you want to reach over and kind of touch him and be like, man, are you okay?
Yeah.
How do you carry on too? Because it's only by you that these cases even continue to see the light of day. Because in a lot of respects, like the boy in the box, they still don't even know who he is. So there is no family.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And
it's police.
Yeah, that's a complexity in that case. You don't even know the victim. Then you have to start with that. But these other cases, like the one tonight, Joe, I mean, we're seeing more and more stories pop up where genealogy websites like 23andMe are leading to convictions. There's a DNA chain that they can follow, and they track down the family members and the likelihood, and then they can zero in on these people, these potential suspects, and then sometimes they confess when they get them in. What about tonight? Now, you said there was a fire, so any DNA evidence from this particular case they were able to collect?
Yeah, that is what set investigators back so far on this, is that the fire really destroyed everything. The remains are almost beyond recognition. And so the crime scene was of little help to the police. In fact, Matt Weintraub, who's the Bucks County District Attorney, told me what is normally a rich field of evidence was of no use. So now they hook their investigation on statements of people and corroboration. And you talked about genealogical connections and stuff. What is really neat about some of these cases is when they've either exhumed or have re-exhumed the remains, they will, because they run out of DNA with what they had available,
right?
Because they've sent fragments to so many labs. But with grants, Philly PD got the femur from the boy in the box, sent it to a lab in Germany. And that has since helped them develop not only a DNA profile, but then they're starting to use the genealogical connections to make a run at who is this kid who was 6.
So Joe,
at the time he died.
Is of all the cases, and there's so many, what would you consider, or have you even thought about this? What is the most elusive, most prominent unsolved case in this area? What is the one that if you ask most detectives, most investigators, what do they point to?
I would say Mark Heimbaugh.
Yeah.
He is the kid who just walked away from his house in 1991 and never seen or heard from again. There were some people that they liked in the orbit of his life back then. They've either been ruled out or there's not enough evidence to bring them in and bring charges. But I'm telling you, the kid who had the kind of red blondish hair, who has forever lived in that moment of disappearance, in the sort of the turbulence of a wildfire burning across the street from his house. So police had diverted traffic. So there was extra traffic in the area. But if you know the villas in Cape May County, if you don't have a reason to be down there in the middle of like November, you're not down there. And so his disappearance really is sort of haunting. Even for me, I have no connection other than the storyteller. But yet I grew up in here in Upper Darby, and I remember seeing it on the news for days. Mark Heimbaugh.
In a way, when these things pop up, you almost feel an onus on you, and I'm certainly going to be watching, because, listen, if there's anything or in any way someone who thinks they might have been in an area or in any way has anything that's tangential information-wise, it's sort of incumbent upon us to sort of try to help because, these people are frozen in time and they're lost and their stories left untold and finished. And for families, again, that sense of closure is so important.
Yeah, in 1998, there was a fire in Aston that claimed the life of a boy named Ryan Ferris, 14-year-old from St. Francis de Sales in Lenai. The house is right across the street from the parish and the school over in Aston Township. And someone set the fire, and police think that killer is still in that area. The amount of calls they received after the report, they said, was staggering because a lot of these cases, they're close, but not enough. And so if we can be the vehicle by which we can get them closer, then, job done. Job well done.
And you guys highlighting these has to be a boost, as well as said Steve. As you said, Steve, with social media and the reach and everything now, because the police resources. I mean, they have more current things, obviously, that they need to focus on as well. Yet these cases are never closed because there's no definitive answer has been given. So they do have to give it some attention, but they can't give it all the attention, you know what I mean? So I would imagine reaching out to the public might be that very thing that needs to be done to put some finality to it.
Yeah, there's some prosecutors who jumped on so fast. It was really encouraging for us because we're thinking, all right, it's just part of this is always wanting to think the police are going to have time to field all these additional calls. But like Delaware County, Jack Stolzheimer, the district attorney, he was all in. Matt Weintraub, I've already mentioned him, Bucks County, all in. Cape May County, Camden, Gloucester, Philly, everybody that I've mentioned, they're all in. Some are like, yeah, we don't have the time. And I respect that. Maybe they'll reconsider or maybe they'll find the time, but we're here when they're ready.
Well, they're doing amazing work. I wanted to ask you on another note, do you have any inclination as to whether or not the police will be investigating the Sixers game last night as a
crime scene?
Yeah.
Well, they better start with where the rest of the team was for the second half. Oh, my God.
It's a missing persons case.
All I'll say, guys, is that I had a 14-year-old slamming doors here last night.
Yeah.
He said, the Sixers are dominating. They're up 26 points. And then the pictures are falling off the walls. I was so disturbed by what I saw. I had to put a distract video up. There's a raging debate about how you say pierogi in Scranton. A news station covered it. I'm like, let's get that out there because I'm so bent on the Sixers.
Wait, real quick, what's the debate over the pierogi?
Oh, you got to go to my page and watch it. It's insane. It really is. And you know what? When I worked in Scranton, this debate was going on there 10 years ago, and I cannot believe they're still talking about how to pronounce pierogi.
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 Pierogi. Yeah.
Do some people use a soft G? Do they say pierogi?
No, they don't. It's like pierogi.
Pierogi.
Oh, all right.
Pierogi.
Okay.
Oh, knock it off.
I'm telling you, the game was that bad. I dug up a story from a day ago in Scranton and put it on my page.
Well, Kathy's husband calls gnocchi Genicetti.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their own little
Nazi?
Genicetti. By the way, so listen, Joe, how many cases do you have lined up? Is this going to be a continuing series, or do you have a finite number of cases that you've zeroed in on, and then it's going to wrap?
No, infinite. We are basically a producer, an executive producer, myself, are headhunting and looking and trying to find. If something comes up, someone reaches out, we take our resources and we go right into it. Like I said at the very top, we want police to use us. Maybe we can be the reason that they can put a period at the end of a very lengthy sentence.
Okay, excellent. By the way, we got an email from your neighbor, Christopher Garvey. He said, can you please ask Joe to cut his grass?
Seriously?
Wait. This is the 6 degrees of separation. And Steve, the guy who fixes your snowblower at Stanley's wanted me to tell you hello.
Oh, really?
Ernie says hello.
Joe, we're getting a lot of texts from listeners who are really, I'm not kidding, not exaggerating, enjoying the bird sounds in the background. I think maybe
know, it's like
it's kind of
relaxing.
soothing. Yeah, I think maybe it's a robin, but I can't quite tell. But it actually sounds pretty nice.
It's Nick. It's because the grass isn't cut.
Well, and another 6 degrees of separation. I posted a photo of a truck that had an obscene sticker on the back of it the other day.
Oh.
And those people were staying at Joe's family's house.
Oh my God!
Are you serious?
Yes. Yeah, I don't know who this guy is.
Are you for
I
real?
swear to God.
No, wait a minute. I have very limited contact at times with my family down there. I'm not sure what was going on, but he may be liked for some crimes. We may be on to him for something else.
Yeah.
But Casey, the last text I got from one of my cousins was that they were up on the ledge of the Shamrock Bar, which recently closed and had, I guess, an auction of some sort. They bought the Shamrock off the front of the Shamrock Bar, and now this thing sits in the front of your neighbor's property down in Wildwood.
No, really? Is that true? All right.
Wow.
Well, I'll take that over an I eat ass sticker on somebody's car.
This is a very true story.
Wow. Investigate that guy next.
Yeah.
Literally what it said.
Keep an eye on them.
All right, CBS 3 Mysteries. You'll catch Thursday nights at 11 p.m. Joe, thanks so much, man. We appreciate it. Good luck with everything.
It has been an honor, like that scene in Donnie Brasco where Al Pacino says, it's been like an honor of my life to the mafia boss. It's one of those moments. Thank you so much for having me on.
Oh, my pleasure.
Joe Holden. Yeah. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. So wait a minute. Have you seen this Shamrock that he's talking about?
No, I have not seen this yet.
Is it huge?
I don't know. I don't know when it's going to be. I don't know if it's been. Well,
here. We have the pierogi the audio.
Right.
So Marissa found this. Here we go.
All you have to do is say, Pia. Pia. Pia.
Pia?
Pialgi.
Pia.
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 Yeah.
Pierogi.
Pia.
Pierogi.
All you've got to do is say Pia.
Pierogi.
Pia.
Pierogi.
Pia.
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 Yeah.
Pierogi.
Now, if
And that is
me,
the
I touch
proper
myself.
pronunciation.
Wow, who was that? Who was the?
No.
It's the guy from Joe's Story. Isn't it? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
It's from that, but
Yeah.
I don't know what.
By the way, I have children captive in my basement.
Yeah.
Pia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pia.
Yeah.
Pierogi. And that is the proper pronunciation.
That is the proper pronunciation.
Are you sure, pal?
I've never had a pierogi.
Is he the anchor in Scranton?
I don't know.
He's a caller into the show. Yeah.
He sounds like the. Do you remember that the Olsen twins pizza party video that they slowed down?
Pizza party. I like pizza with lots of cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pia.
Yeah.
Pierogi.
Pierogi.
And that is the proper pronunciation.
On tonight's news, we discuss pierogi. How to pronounce it.
Pierogi.
Now over the stew with the weather.
Also, for somebody who loves food as much as you do, Casey, I heard you.
Yeah.
You haven't had a pierogi that you like?
That I love.
What's wrong with you?
No, well, I don't know. I just think they were okay foods.
Oh God.
Yeah.
You're an okay person.
Yeah, you're an okay person.
Do you love pierogies?
Yeah. I mean, I don't eat them that much, but like, how could you not like it?
How do you eat them when you do? Do you stir fry them?
Usually with my mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Nick, do you think that I stir fry anything? I don't know. I eat them at someone's house who makes them, and they're so good.
I bet she's not eating pierogies.
Takeout. I like putting them
You
on
just think there's something else.
Yeah, that's spaghetti.
Yeah, they're chocolate cookies with white cream in the middle.
No, I like them on the grill with peppers and onions and stir it
On
up
the
that
grill?
way. Well, like on the griddle.
Like it on the grill with peppers and onions.
Griddle. Yeah.
Eating on the griddle.
It's the hot food for Kathy Romano.
And there's that place called Choose, right? Is that what it's called in Northeast Philly? I think they dropped them off for us a long time ago, and they're known for them in the area. And
I like pierogies. I can't help but think of them as though mashed potato ravioli.
Yeah,
That's
that is what it is.
There's a very good. There's a pierogi place on Henry Avenue that's really good. And it's just this bizarre side little. You drive right past it, but it's a little like pierogi hut.
Really, pierogies are their thing.
That's it, pierogies.
Nice. Yeah,
Pierogi hut.
They are pretty damn good. We're looking at a picture of them right now.
They're very tasteful.
But side by side, if I had pierogies or Genicetti, I'd go with the Genicetti.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Most
Okay.
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 Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You say nya.
Oh, it's Marissa just brought it in. It's the Pierogi Kitchen. It's on Henry Avenue.
Kitchen. Yeah. Apropos name. All right. Anyway, we should take a break because we have another guest that's coming up. Maybe he likes pierogies too. We'll find out. His name is Brett Taroon, and he's going to be performing at Punchline tonight and through the weekend. So we'll take a break, come back, and talk with him amongst other things. We'll be right back.
This traffic report brought to you by Macy's. Find great deals on Father's Day gifts at Macy's Backstage, like cologne, watches, cocktail sets, smart accessories, and more. Perfect for Dad's special day. Get low prices on fab finds at Macy's Backstage. Off price, on trend, arriving daily. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. So next guest is going to be at Punchline tonight, tomorrow, Saturday. And he's also the newest contributor on The Daily Show with Trevor Noah, or he will be.
That's pretty cool.
And has accumulated over more than 65 million views across his social media channels. Wow. Please welcome Brent Terhune to the show.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Brent, how you doing, man?
Good. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So we're connecting with Brent via Zoom, and Brent is currently in a car as we speak. I think this is the first interview we've done with someone in a car via Zoom, and that's because you're hitting the road. You're doing shows, and you are driving yourself to these shows.
I'm driving. So I didn't get a big head when I booked Philadelphia. A lot of people get a chauffeur to drive them into town, but I'm not that. Actually, I feel like one of those pro wrestlers that's billed as parts unknown because I don't even know where I am.
Right. So you're Mickey Rourke and the wrestler, and you're driving from town to town, and
that's right.
Performance enhancing and drugs, the whole thing. Well, where do you call home? Is it still Indianapolis, or where are you living these days?
Yeah, I'm from Indianapolis. I was in Columbus, Ohio last night. And then I got stuck on the highway for 4 hours. Somebody wrecked, or I don't even. That's the thing, is I was stuck for 4 hours, and I don't even know what happened.
Was it Pennsylvania Turnpike? I'm gonna guess that you were on.
No, it was even earlier than that. I was like, again, I am so bad at directions. I was like, I guess we're stopped here for the night, and it was like Oregon Trail. Stuff started moving.
You know what?
I got to make these. Yeah,
Brent, I was on the Atlantic City Expressway last weekend, and I came upon traffic completely stopped. And at first, I was angry, but I was close enough to the start of the stop to where I could see what was going on, and I was like, at least I know what's happening.
Yeah.
At least I have something to look at while I'm here. But that when you have no clue of why you're stopping is just a nightmare.
No, and I was like, well, I guess we're all in this together. And I was like looking at everybody. Nobody even looked at me. So I don't think we were in it together at all.
Brent, I think it. And listen, I did my share years ago. I did stand up well before GPS, and I was using Hagstra maps and all that stuff. And when you get stuck in traffic jams like that, I always felt it was incumbent upon the highway department or somebody to provide some sort of signage that would tell you what happened, just so that you knew, because it is the most frustrating. You're almost locked in time in a wormhole, and it's just the worst place. How is your driving game? How is your by yourself on the road game? Do you handle it well, or do you have issues?
Oh, I'm good. I don't think I caused that thing yesterday. I can say that much.
That's good.
But yeah, I'm good. I'm a podcast type guy, so I was listening to some true crime podcasts, so I've listened to plenty of murder overnight. That always makes you feel good, right?
Yeah. Do you hate to say, because I love, so I got Discovery Plus, and they have, and I was furious about paying for another streaming service, but they've got all the murder procedural shows that I love, and all of the, like Keith Morrison stuff and all those. It doesn't matter if it begins, with a trailer park and a blood stain, I'm in. So is that your thing as well?
Yeah, well, I started watching true crime one that everyone starts in the swamp. And
that's great.
Some of it's a stretch, like, oh, the body's in a puddle. This is a swamp,
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of that. So is there any particular case that stands out to you? Because I think it's weird. Robert Klein years ago used to do a bit about kids discussing what their favorite war was. But do you have a favorite murder or because you have to admit it, sometimes you do have favorites. You're not supposed to, but what case or what murder do you find most fascinating?
All the ones that involve ghosts. I love those where it's like, it could be, this is completely made up. I am there for half made up true crime stuff. Yes. I love any any kind of ghost thing where they're like, oh, it got cold in here all of a sudden. I'm like, I want that in my house mid-July. That's what I want.
I can see that. So Preston was mentioning your the Daily Show and being a contributor to that. That is a big get. That has to be, especially with what you've been doing and you do a fair amount of politically based and news based stuff. This had to be the brass ring for you. So how did you find out? When did they let you know?
Yeah, it was in October. So it's been such a long time, and it was a culmination of a lot of work. And it was so cool to just be recognized for, I was making videos in my car right now, like I'm talking to you guys. I'm back doing the same thing with you.
And so, but with everything on, and obviously you didn't get hey, fly out, we'll go out to dinner and so on and so forth, because everything was in sort of lockdown. So it was bereft of that. But did you you got a call? Did you talk to Trevor himself, or who have you been communicating with?
Yeah, it was producers at first. Then I talked to Trevor, and we recorded. It was I do a lot of them in my car because it's political satire, and it's the character that I do is based on everybody that's ever ranted in their truck.
Right,
so
right.
He was like, let's make it as real as possible. So it was literally in my driveway, in my car now, but the car's so close to the house, so the Wi-Fi would work. I don't know if you guys have ever. I got to get the Wi-Fi to work in my car, but right next to my house. That's how it was.
So all the things, yeah, and there are so many of them. And you sort of, I was reading about you an article in Newsweek, and that you have to walk that fine line, because satire at the level of dryness that you do it, even though it seems over the top, there are so many that you see on like TikTok and all this stuff, and you have to sort of explain. No, this is a parody. This is, some people think you are an actual, the actual character. So now it seems that a lot of people are getting it.
Yeah, and it's so weird. It was never my intention to quote, fool you, but it was also like I'm in my backyard burning Nikes while wearing Nikes at the same time.
Right.
That kind of, it's like I never said, hey, look at these Nikes, but if you look down, you're like, oh, he's wearing the same shoes he's burning at the same time.
Right. Seems a little against purposes. So
yeah.
Preston was talking about the hits and the exposure on your videos. And so is that how, I assume that's how, and you obviously you've been working as a stand-up. Once you start working for the Daily Show, which is to me, it's just as a material, burner, are you going to have to cut back on your road stuff? I assume, right?
It's one of those where it's like I don't even have to be there, and I don't have to. A lot of the stuff I'm doing is very topical, evergreen. So if you come see my stand-up, I have an act that I was working on before pandemic, and then post-pandemic, I've written so much stuff, and that's more family-based, and I'm starting to incorporate that character into my act a little bit, because I'm very aware of why somebody would know who I am and what I do.
Right.
But I don't want you to leave disappointed. So I don't have to every day there's something new in the news that happens that you get a bunch of circumstances put together. It's like that show Chopped, where you're like taking all these circumstances and put them into a video. So it's evergreen.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Brent, as far as your YouTube channel and so on starting to take off and getting more subscribers and so on, did you? I'm assuming that you've monetized that stuff. I don't know 100% if you have or not. And if so, did you need somebody to help guide you in that? Because that stuff's a bit of a mystery to us.
It's elusive to us.
Yeah, it was crazy. Everything you ever wanted to know is on YouTube. So I was like, asking YouTube, how do I make money from you? And obviously I'm making a lot if I'm recording from my car. So
yes, there's the proof, is that you're recording from your car. But
from my Bentley right now, for all you guys know.
So I was watching some stuff online. It's very clever, and I am familiar with your stand-up, which is not all straight up political and stuff like that. And apparently you've been likened to Gritty a lot. Is that correct?
I do. People in the comments will always they leave Gritty or they leave Yukon Cornelius from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, because I'm a redheaded guy, and people always send me pictures that be like, oh, you look like my cousin, and then they post a picture. I'm like, that's not a compliment, and don't tell him that he looks like me either. Let's just bury this and never talk about it again.
So, Brent, of the two, of Gritty and Yukon Cornelius, who do you align with more?
I'm going to go with Yukon because I don't want those googly eyes like Gritty.
I love
Gritty
that.
looks like he has a lot more dingleberries, by the way.
Oh,
So-
yeah.
That's true.
Have you been through Philadelphia before?
No, first time, but it'll be good to be back. Yeah.
Good to be back. So you're going to be at Punchline. Are you going to have any time to take in the city? And if so, where are you looking to go if you do, or do you just sit in your car?
Well, I'm going to sit in my car and eat about 30 different kinds of cheesesteaks, I think, and some Philadelphia cream cheese, and maybe look at that Bell thing that you guys have.
The Bell is literally, it's boring as hell. I mean,
don't even go there.
it's nothing.
But are you intrigued by the cheesesteaks and sampling some?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell on the radio, but if you saw actually, what I look like, you'd be like, yeah, this guy. He's probably got a cheesesteak under his Yukon Cornelius hat right now. So.
Well, you can have your pick of the litter here, man. There's plenty of places that you're going to be able to hit, and ask the gang at Punchline. They'll point you in the right direction. You can go on a little cheesesteak tour while you're in Philly.
Yeah, I plan on it's going to be disgusting. That's how it's going to be.
Excellent.
Disgusting. I like that. Make it an orgy. Make it something that you regret for the rest of your life. That's what we do here in Philadelphia. We can give you a lifetime of regret in one weekend.
Easily.
Yeah, I'm going to treat it like Vegas, but cheesesteak based.
Exactly.
Nice. So Brent is performing tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. There are 2 shows tomorrow and Saturday, 7:15 and 9:30. If you want to get those tickets, they're available at punchlinephilly.com. We're hoping this is one stop of many, and you'll be back through. And next time we'll maybe have you right here in our studio when things kind of change up a little bit, Brent.
Yeah, of course. I'd love to come in, and thank you guys for having me, and I hope to see everybody at shows this weekend.
Absolutely.
Continued success, my man. Thanks for coming on. Brent Terhune. Terhune. I need to pronounce his name correctly. And yeah, he's in town for 3 shows, which should be cool. So check him out.
Did I read that is Trevor Noah coming to the Wells Fargo?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we have tickets. Yeah, I was trying to figure out if we were supposed to announce that later or.
And if he does, he's dating Minka Kelly. I wonder if he's going to bring Minka Kelly to
Minka. Hey, when we started talking to Brent, I mentioned, he said he was in that 4-hour wait, and I had said that I was on the Atlantic City Expressway last weekend. I'd never seen this before. So I'm driving along, and I look down the ways, maybe 150 yards, 200 yards ahead or something like that, and I see this cop car, and he's got his lights on, and he's weaving across 3 lanes, back and forth, and back and forth.
Yeah.
And I'd never seen that maneuver before, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's how you get everybody on the highway to stop.
Yeah.
And he was doing, gradually slowing down and slowing down and slowing down.
Was there a closure ahead?
Oh, there was a ways down the road. There was a dump truck that was broken down on the left shoulder, and they needed to get it off to the right shoulder. And so we pulled up, and eventually he slows to a complete stop. And that's when I started getting pissed off. I'm like, damn it. I'm sitting here. I was like, a dozen cars.
Right. You could have made it.
I could have made it if I would have just been
gunned it
3 minutes. If I would have left 3 minutes earlier where I was before. But I wasn't, like I said, I was telling Brent, I wasn't that mad because at least I knew why I was stopped. I could actually see the progress that was taking place on whatever they needed to clear up. And I just threw it in park and just kind of sat there and waited it out.
It's so stultifying when you don't know. It's so
you have no
energy, life-sucking to sit there. Why are we here?
You just want to know.
Yeah, they do that weaving to stop traffic. Preston, I was the first car behind a closure once, and I was like, that guy in front of me is still. Can I just let me through?
Yeah.
Let me just one more car.
Kathy, it happened to me one night too, and it was on the way back from. I was doing an appearance. It's like 2:00 in the morning. I had to. It was a live, radio broadcast from a nightclub, and you stay till the club closes. It's like 2 a.m.
Yeah.
There's an accident. I'd come upon it. I'm the first car there. And the reason they stopped everybody was because some oil had spilled on the road.
Oh.
And so not only was I the first car there, and I had to pee so bad. Thank
Of course.
God there was a Gatorade bottle in the car.
Oh, my God.
So not only was I the first one there, Kathy, because there was oil on the road, they had to not only stop everybody, they had to close off the highway, and they started having people from the back
Turn around
and get on the last exit to get off, which means I was the last person
to
get off there. So I had to sit and wait, and I was like, this could not be worse. And I didn't get home until after 3 o'clock.
Did you have a second Gatorade bottle for poop?
No, I wish I would have, but that was just...
That's it. But once you get locked in that sort of thing, it's... and that's when you get on roads that are where the exits are staggered by great distances, and you just want to die.
Yep,
But then
exactly.
again, you always hope, listen, if there's someo's been in a bad accident, I can...
Yeah. You totally. I can deal with this. My problems are minor.
Are minuscule.
Bill Weston's going to be hitting the road in the near future. He's taking a motorcycle trip.
Yes, he is.
And he's lucky to be heading out to the western part of the United States
because it's so cool out there now.
There is this massive heat wave.
Oh, wow.
That's taking place. It is. I think. I was reading. Steve, you sent me an article about the conditions and why it is what it is. But I saw. Part of it is that there's a drought, and apparently it's a mega drought, and it's the worst in at least 400 years, they're saying.
And what they're saying is that they anticipate on the order of 200 separate heat records being broken in different areas. So, it's going to be super toasty, and Bill is going to be out
on his vroom vroom.
And I think he's going with his wife, so it's going to be.
Oh, geez.
It's going to be hot. Now, he says he's going to wear hot pants and a tank top.
So even when you ride a motorcycle to protect yourself, they wear leathers.
Yes, they do. So if the bike ditches, you don't get road rip.
Well, they do have, I remember Steve Lushbaugh, who used to work here for a long time. He rode his motorcycle in, and he had, ice vests that he would wear.
But still, listen, Casey, if you're out on a long stretch of highway, do those, how long do those stay?
I don't know.
Cool.
Yeah.
And also, your bikes will overheat quickly.
Big time. You have to keep them moving.
As a matter of fact, they are, at least in Southern California, they're allowed to ride in between. Like if you're in traffic jams, they're allowed and encouraged to ride in between the cars.
Yeah, and if you're program directors, you can do that too.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard that. People have mentioned that here. I don't know what the law says, but the law. So
I fought the law and the law won.
The ice vest thing, Casey. Literally, do you put that in the freezer and freeze it solid?
I don't know if it is literal ice or if it is something, like Steve, you have the heat stuff that you plug in, like a heat vest and heat gloves.
Absolutely.
I don't know if it's something that runs off of a battery.
There might be, because a lot of times on bikes they do. It used to be and it's now quite common where there's an outlet and you'll plug, and there may be some sort of cooling system that works off that. But I mean, if you're out in the baking sun, if you're out and it's like 118, 120 degrees, I don't care how. Listen, you're moving along that. Okay, we're looking at it, Preston. There's the Alpha Cool Original Cooling Ice Vest.
Yeah, but you're right, Steve. It doesn't. The vest is not going to help when it's 118 and you're riding through the desert.
It looks kind of like those blankets they used in, what was that movie where the people would purposely kill themselves and then
Flatliners.
Flatliners.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. It's all lit up blue. What's the hottest you can ever remember? A location you've been in where it's like, okay,
122 degrees. Yeah.
Whoa. Where?
Scottsdale, Arizona. Yeah, and I remember clearly it was. Now again, that old thing about it's a dry heat was a little bit true.
It is,
because it was
not at 122.
It was super hot, clearly. But for some reason, now I knew it was ripping hot, but when I heard the number later on, I was like, Jesus Christ.
No, it is true, because I don't listen. It wasn't 122, but when I was in Arizona at the Hoover Dam, it was stifling hot. And then I stepped into the shade, and I was noticeably different. Noticeably.
As opposed to
when you get over 115.
Yeah.
As opposed to more humid conditions.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I've been in Vegas when it's been like 110, 115, and you can only stay outside for so long, and especially if you're in the sun, it's gonna do some damage.
Do you know what the wild thing was? As I was going around town and I was asking, like, you would go into different. I was out there for a college show, and different things like supermarkets and stuff. They were blacking out the windows. And
Really?
Yeah. And I thought, oh, is this like what you guys do? But they knew, they were prepared for obviously the heat. It's Scottsdale, Arizona, for Christ's sake. Yeah. But I guess that's how they
cope,
mitigate the sun coming in and adding extra heat.
Every now and then we'll hear from veterans who served in Iraq or Afghanistan, and in the Persian Gulf, and they talk about temperatures that were routine in the 120s. And I think the World Cup's going to be in Qatar in a couple of years, and they're afraid of what it's going to. Is it the World Cup or the Olympics? It's the World Cup, right?
Cup, yep.
Yeah, and it's they're going
to Westminster Dog Show.
I don't think it's that. No. It's the outdoor soccer tournament, and it's going to be challenging to make sure that the players don't overheat.
So the temperatures out west are expected to reach around 20 degrees Fahrenheit above average in some regions, which doesn't sound like that much, but if you figure like 80 degrees is the average in the summer here, maybe that's 100 degrees being where they're going to hit.
Do you remember a few years ago in Vegas where like steering wheels were melting,
and planes couldn't fly.
Mm-hmm. There was just a massive disruption because of the staggering heat. It's at a certain point you just you have to cease to exist.
So the hot spell with the temperatures one might expect in July or August is driven by an amplified pattern in the jet stream, which is a relatively narrow band of high altitude, powerful winds traveling some 4 to 8 miles up in the atmosphere. And like a barrier, the band of westerly winds separates cooler northern air from warmer southern air. When I lived in the Midwest, when I lived in St. Louis, the jet stream was very important because it came when its position would always be what determined whether you had really humid or more comfortable temperatures.
Now, you said that St. Louis was very similar to here in the getting swamped with the humidity, which just puts the suck on the heat.
You're right.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it does. When the jet stream curves upward over a region like the western U.S., it allows warmer air to come up with it. And in this case, what they're calling a dome of hot, dry air has pushed up over the west. But this atmospheric pattern is also intensified by what's happening on the ground. Much of the Southwest is mired in severe, extreme, or exceptional drought right now. It's an acute drought because of lack of rain on top of 20 years of dryness due to a prolonged, what they call mega drought, the worst in the last 400 years, caused by the warming climate. And the consequences are exceptionally, you get this really dry soil, and when the soil is wet, heat waves aren't as intense because some of the sun's energy goes into evaporating the moisture from the ground. But when it's dry, little of the sun's searing heat goes towards evaporating moisture from the ground. Instead, solar energy directly heats on the surface relentlessly and makes it brutal.
Yeah.
I lived in LA for a little bit, and I remember vividly, like, if you were anywhere near the beach, it was gorgeous and lovely. And then anytime you got inland anywhere, especially into the valley, it was oppressively hot. And I'm looking at this weather map right now, and inland in Southern California right now is these temperatures you're talking about. But if, like, you're along the coast, it's in the 50s and the 60s. It's, it's insane. And out here is Catalina, where the effing wine mixer is.
Right.
And it's in the 60s right now.
Well, it's funny, living on Long Island, and growing up on Long Island all my life, you'd be driving down the Long Island Expressway or the Northern State Parkway, Kathy, you know this, and then if you get on like the Seaford Oyster Bay Expressway going laterally across towards the oceans on both sides, whether it be the Long Island Sound or the actual Atlantic Ocean, the second you crossed a certain exit, Nick, you could feel the temperature drop because of the mitigating power of the water to cool things down.
I don't know if I experienced the same. I was always just sweating because I was sitting in traffic. So.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
Hey, I'm curious, being a new resident to a shore town on the shore, does sometimes the sand get super duper hot?
Oh my God, yeah, you burn your feet.
Okay.
Especially in Wildwood.
Don't you love watching people get stuck out there?
One of my favorite
they get like halfway from where they're sitting to where they're going, and they realize I should have worn flip-flops.
There's a great scene in the movie 10.
It's the best.
Where Dudley Moore goes on, and he is like, and literally the cabana boy or the pool boy gives piggyback rides to people to their blankets.
It happened to us. Our last big family vacation. We took a Hawaiian vacation. I found out the hard way that the sand was hot,
deadly,
and we were up towards the away from the shore and in the shade of a palm tree. It was beautiful. But anyway, I saw this couple come walking down, and they were barefoot, and they were about to go on the sand.
Oh no!
And I go, just to let you guys know, the sand is way hot. And I knew that they were headed to the water. And I want you to give a heads up. And they were like, they kind of go, oh, okay, thanks. And they kept going. And I
Did you watch them?
Delighted in watching them as they got and the thing about it, as you get closer to the shore, it turns into like jagged rocks.
Yeah.
Oh, and so you couldn't get there fast enough.
Oh no! And once you got there, you still got to go. Oh, I don't know where to step. It's just gonna cut my feet. And so I just delighted. I'm like, I told you.
What you eventually do is you take your blanket and throw it down and stand on it for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then you walk a little bit and throw your blanket down and stand on it a little bit.
You can do that.
Just wear flip flops and you should be fine.
Yeah.
It was like when we were in Tulum and they had that a trampoline out in the ocean, and what people didn't know was about 10 or 15 yards into the surf was like the most jagged coral ever. And so people, I mean, I did it too, but so that's why it made it so great watching other people run into the surf right at the trampoline, and then.
But I mean, people were like cutting their feet up on that.
Yeah.
That was not good. Like, why would they put it there?
To get a laugh, man. You know, just to watch the tourists have a pain. Bill's going to be out in this Western heat with a motorcycle group. I'm curious as to
He's going with the pagans. That's the group that Bill is with.
He's a badass. Get your motor running.
What did you say, Rico? I'm going to cut you.
All right. We'll see. I want to hear stories from how it turns out when he gets back.
He walks the walk. He does that. I mean, to take those trips on the bike.
He's got a cool bike too,
it's
man.
Awesome.
That motorcycle. I remember seeing it out in the parking lot going, I wonder who's that. I'm like, that can't be Bill's.
Yep, it is.
Sure enough, it was.
Way too cool for Bill.
Yeah.
Serious.
That's Bill's whole other life, though, you know? I mean, that's.
If you don't sit in a meeting with Bill, you think he's pretty cool.
Yeah, maybe.
No, I mean, he
looks cool. He's a good-looking guy and everything.
Yeah, he's running
That's like
guns.
if he was like riding down the street on a motorcycle.
It might fit, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bill has a cool side. He's into sex trafficking and all that stuff. He does it all.
All right. Well, anyhow, we should take a break and come back in a minute because we do have some bizarre file stories that we are going to get to. And we have that, and this Foo Fighters thing continues. And it's brought to you by Stateside Vodka. Their sodas are made with just 3 simple ingredients: Stateside Vodka, sparkling water, and real fruit juice. It's available in liquor stores and at statesidevodka.com for pickup or shipping in PA. Well, I started with a horrible story in the last Bizarre File. I'm going to start with a horrible story in this Bizarre File as well. May as well
Seem like old times.
Be consistent. A woman in England poured a mix of boiling water and sugar over her husband to extract vengeance after a family fight has been found guilty of his murder.
So it killed him. Wow.
Killed him, yep. Karina Smith, 59 years old, attacked 81-year-old Michael Baines while he was in bed at their home. He suffered extensive burns and died 5 weeks later in the hospital. Smith denied murdering her husband of 38 years, but she was found guilty by a jury at Chester Crown Court.
Yeah, so I've heard just recently of something called prison napalm, and
is that what this is?
It sounds like it could be.
So the sugar sticks on your body and
I would
seals
imagine
the burn.
I would imagine that more of that hot water would stay on you than would run, and as opposed to the other water just running off quickly. Maybe it makes the burns more intense. The prosecution said Smith, who was also her husband's carer, had been involved in a dispute with him and another family member prior to the killing.
Jesus.
Shortly after midnight, she took a bucket from her garden, boiled up 2 kettles of water, and mixed the water with 3 bags of sugar. Smith, who was previously known as Karina Baines, then poured the liquid over him while he was sleeping before running to a neighbor's house in tears and telling them, "I've hurt him really bad. I think I've killed him."
I don't get that. You obviously have orchestrated a way to kill him, and then you freak out because, oh my God, I think I've done something.
He had sustained significant burns to more than a third of his body and died in the hospital a few weeks later.
What a horror.
Smith changed her story initially, but then admitted what she had done, but claimed it happened when she lost control. She was found guilty of his murder following a trial. She will be sentenced in July. That's just messed up. All right, here's a follow-up story for you. The father of 10 babies, said to have been born to one mother in South Africa, has asked the public to stop donating money to his partner, Teboho Sotetsi, whose wife, Gazami Sithole, made headlines.
Oh, yeah, the Sitholes.
You remember the Sitholes?
I remember the Sitholes.
Made headlines when it was claimed that she gave birth to duceplets, and also said that he has still not been allowed to see the babies as mystery continues to surround the potential record-breaking brood.
So he hasn't been able to visit the shithole.
Well, yeah, and they don't think that the babies are really born babies.
This is right from the get-go when you reported the story. They said this was a big question as to whether or not this actually even happened.
What, that there are babies?
Right. So Zetsi said, "I appreciate the financial support that we have been getting from members of the public, but I also would like to appeal to the public to stop making money deposits into our accounts until members of the community have seen the babies." But according to South Africa's Sunday Times newspaper, the hospital where Miss Sithole is claimed to have told her husband she gave birth to the babies after midnight on June 8th, said that it had not treated her. While the clinic said it was aware of the publicity around the birth of the babies, a spokesperson told the newspaper, "We can confirm that none of our facilities were involved in the obstetric care of this patient or her duceplets."
Yeah, she is pregnant, right?
I don't know the story.
This is an effed up story because she has supposedly, the original story was she gave birth to 10 babies. You think there would be pictures or something or a doctor on record, but there's none of that.
So Mr. Sosetsi is also quoted in the news story as saying that Ms. Sithole has been moved to the Steve Biko Academic Hospital.
What does Dr. Bunghole say?
But the Sunday Times reported that Gauteng Health and provincial authorities were unable to trace her at any of their public or private health facilities. So this is most likely some huge ruse.
She changed her story, Preston. She said she was swallowed by a whale.
Okay. Well, now that's
another one.
People are doubting that story was true, too. So we'll see if these ring true or not in the near future. Police say a couple drove straight at a police officer, rammed 2 patrol cars, and then broke into a Florida mayor's home while trying to evade authorities. Records show Officer William Tucker was patrolling around 2 a.m. Monday when he spotted a blue Toyota parked at a construction site. And when 31-year-old Matthew Sweet saw Tucker, he jumped into the Toyota and drove directly at Sweat. He drove at Sweat, who was in his patrol car and intentionally struck the vehicle. K-9 Officer Joseph Elam and his partner Cash then took over following Sweat, who was still in the Toyota with 32-year-old Callie Ellig. Police said Elam followed the suspects, and after a short pursuit, they crashed into a ditch. Elam deployed Cash on a leash when he heard the door of one of the Toyotas open, but the suspects ignored him, and instead Sweat put the vehicle in reverse and drove straight at Elam and Cash, striking the dog in the process. Elam was able to pull Cash back by the leash, grab him in his arms, and run away before they could be run over. Neither one were injured. The dog is okay. From there, Sweat is accused of ramming Elam's patrol vehicle as he sped off before crashing. Police said Sweat and Elig got out of the Toyota. They ran into a wooded area not long before the vehicle caught on fire. The law enforcement personnel from 3 agencies searching for them, Sweat and Elig climbed over a fence and cut a hole in order to break into a screened porch, and it ended up the person's house they broke into was the mayor of the town. He was there, by the way. Officer Justin Vasquez, Elam, and his partner Cash went to the occupied home to commit Sue to surrender, but Sweat ignored the commands to exit peacefully and repeatedly reached for his waistband. Cash was deployed, bit Sweat on the leg, then allowed officers to take him into custody. He was accused of having a knife in his waistband. Elig cooperated and was taken into custody without further incident. Thank you very much. That's the end of that story.
All right, quick question. Was there another dog named Tango?
There has to be,
Right?
right? I would hope so. All right, and then one last story. This seems like a bit of a mistake. The small town of Brooksville, Florida, had a big issue back in April. A businessman purchased a municipal building underneath the town's water tower for $55,000 and planned to convert it into a gym. But when he went to the county to get an address for his new business location, he was told that the parcel he bought included the entire water tower site as well. He bought it. He didn't even know he bought it.
So he
bought the town's water tower.
Wow.
Really?
Luckily for the town, he was willing to give it back. So it was some kind of a clerical error, but legally
sold him the water tower.
He bought the water tower.
Should have kept it.
Totally,
Yeah,
right?
now the
because
gym
when you work out, you get thirsty.
Right.
I was thinking pool. You have a pool with the gym now.
Yeah, right? Exactly. County records indicate
Like that show Petticoat Junction. You remember that, Preston?
Yes.
He used to swim in the town's water supply.
You're right.
Which was disgusting.
It indicate that he transferred the tower back to Brooksville last month. The city manager, Mary Cutney, blames the use of a bad legal description for the blunder. The city's redevelopment agency director resigned after the accidental sale of the town's water tower. And there you go, your bizarre file for now. All right, we're going to break. We'll come back in a second. We'll see how you've been doing as far as paying attention goes, because we'll have a lesson question from the program. Trash and some music news to share with you as well. decksupplies.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, James Corden receiving a petition to stop doing his Spill Your Guts contest because the food described as being gross often comes from Asian cultures. Corden has emphatically apologized, saying, quote, "To be honest, I give them all the credit in the world for eating that crap." I don't think that's going to help. Travis Scott confirming that he and Kylie Jenner are back together and that he often calls her wifey. Scott says this is for real, noting that anytime he has sex with Kylie, he makes sure to clean the other women off of his penis.
Oh, my God.
Because he cares. And finally, the former La Bianca home where Charles Manson's followers committed murders in 1969 has finally sold for $2.2 million. The new owners say the home is a perfect little oasis for anyone who loves listening to the wails of the tormented dead. And that's your holiday track.
All right, let's see if somebody knows the answer to the question. When he was in the band Santana, what instrument did Newt Gingrich play? And I will go to Mark for the answer. Hey, Mark, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Mark. All right, what instrument did Newt Gingrich play, please?
He played the maracas.
Maracas. You got it, buddy. Hang on, Mark. We are going to give you a $50 Rita's gift card. Try the new and refreshing Ocean Splash Italian Ice at Rita's. Perfect in both the Shimmering Mermaid and Yummy Gummy Shark Gelati. Available for a limited time only at Rita's. Splish, splash, yum.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Armor Metals and Recycling. Get cash today. If you need cash fast, you can bring your scrap and e-cycling to Armor Metals and Recycling and walk away with cash today, located in Pennsauken, New Jersey, or at armormetalsrecycling.com. Let's see here. The members of Soundgarden have reached an agreement with Vicky Cornell, widow, of course, of late Chris Cornell, regarding who controls the band's social media accounts.
They're constantly battling.
Including Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. The band posted a statement to social media, which reads, Soundgarden and Vicky Cornell, the personal representative of the estate of Christopher Cornell, are pleased to announce that effective June 15, 2021, they have come to a temporary agreement that will transfer the Soundgarden social media accounts and website to the band's remaining members, Kim Thale, Matt Cameron, and Ben Shepard, and their managers, Red Light Management. So that includes Soundgarden's website, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter accounts. The agreement marks a productive first step towards healing and open dialogue, and the parties wish for the social media accounts to celebrate the band's accomplishments and music while continuing to honor Chris's legacy. Wasn't sure if that was going to happen or not.
Yeah, this is the never-ending battle between all these people.
So at least they got that part of it worked out. Foo Fighters are back. Audience footage has emerged from Foo Fighters' Tuesday night gig at LA's Canyon Club, the 610-person capacity venue in Agora Hills. The show, like their upcoming June 20th Madison Square Garden concert, was a vaccinated-only gig with tickets going for $26 in celebration of the group's 26th anniversary tour. Rolling Stone reported a fan-shot video from the show finds Taylor Hawkins swapping places with Dave Grohl, who takes a seat behind the drums while Hawkins introduces a cover. Hawkins noted that after initially suggesting the Foo Fighters cover Queen, most of the band thought there was no way they could do it except Dave, who figured maybe we can. With that, the band launched into a note-perfect rendition of Queen's 1976 A Day at the Races showstopper, Somebody to Love.
I think we have a clip of that.
We do?
Yes.
Excellent. I would love to hear that.
Yeah, we got it.
I would love to hear this.
I would love it.
All right, here we go. Damn good, man.
Yeah.
And this is Taylor singing lead on this?
I believe it is, yeah.
All right, man. I'm in.
Yeah. I think people are excited for Sunday night show.
Oh, my God. Yes, absolutely. So we will give away, Pierre will give away those tickets later. By the way, approximately 30 anti-vaxxers protested the band's decision to allow only fully vaccinated fans inside the show. Among that group of people was actor Ricky Schroeder, who posted on social media, Dave Grohl is an ignorant punk who needs to be slapped for supporting discrimination. Ignorance comes in all shapes and sizes. Kurt Cobain is laughing at you, Dave, along with millions of patriots. Fool. So that's what Ricky Schroeder had to say.
Was it fool or foo?
Oh, it should have been foo.
Foo.
You foo. You foo, you foo. Motley Crue's Nikki Sixx will publish his latest autobiography. It's called The First 21, How I Became Nikki Sixx, and it's coming out October 19th via Hatchet Books. The book follows Sixx's previous memoirs, 2011's This Is Gonna Hurt, 07's The Heroin Diaries, and Crue's joint band tome, which was the infamous The Dirt, that came out in 2001.
When did he write Sweet Valley High?
I don't know when that came out, Steve.
No, that's not him.
It's not him?
According to the book's announcement, it said, you've heard the tales of excess and debauchery, all the peaks and valleys that came with rock and roll stardom and my life in one of the world's biggest bands. This is the story that you haven't heard, the one that led up to those stories. It's the intimate, personal story of how an innocent Idaho farm boy with a burning dream and desire for music, love, and fame became the notorious Nikki Sixx. I believe our first 21 years have a lot to do with shaping who we become. These are my first 21, and it's my hope that they thrill and inspire you to invest in your own biggest dreams. Just don't do heroin along the way is probably what you want.
That's what you call a bump in the road.
Put in there, yeah. Wolfgang Van Halen's debut album, self-titled set, billed to his band's Mammoth WVH, is receiving great notices by critics and fans alike.
I love that.
Mammoth WVH will serve as the opening act for Guns N' Roses on their summer tour, which kicks off July 31st in Hershey. And he touched about how he and the band are gearing up for the trek and spoke candidly to the Washington Post about the band's first shows in massive stadiums. He said, all of me is nervous, not a part of me. It's a ridiculous amount of just little things in my head, like we'll be driving around and I'll be in my head going, wow, what if I forget lyrics or something? Just little things like that, and it's more things to worry about. He went on to say, so yeah, I'm very excited to rehearse for the next 4.5 weeks with the guys, and I can just nail it in my bones and get ready for it because I need the practice. The rock community has watched how internet trolls have clobbered Wolfgang on his social media platforms, slamming him for not only replacing Michael Anthony and Van Halen, but over his appearance, quality of his music, and even accusing him of exploiting his relationship with his father, which is just silly, by the way. So, but he's doing his own thing. He's proving his own talents, and
I think so.
Can't wait to see him at the MM barbecue.
Absolutely.
Yep. And then one last story. Some folks have a real great luck at thrift stores. A painting purchased for $4 from a donation center for household goods in South River, Ontario, was subsequently discovered to have been painted by David Bowie in 1977.
Wow.
The painting is now up for auction, and the auction house says the painting, titled D-Head XLVI. What would XLVI be? I don't know.
For X10
12.
VI would be VI. You said would be
XLVI.
Okay.
I had to look it up, man.
And you pulled it up in reference to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Which one was
46.
it? 46.
46.
All right.
Because the X, Steve, comes before the L.
Right, which subtracts. Right.
So it makes 50 minus 10.
Right.
And then you add 6.
I used to my Roman numeral game used to be strong.
I know.
Yeah. What happened? I think it's because you don't use it every day.
I think so.
Now that we're not living in outside of Rome.
So it's titled D-Head 46. It's part of a series the singer created between 1994 and 1997.
I'm David Bowie, and I love Roman numerals.
The painting is being sold as part of Cowley Abbott's International Art Online Auction. Is expected to fetch a high bid of $9,000 to $12,000.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this painting, is this Donatello from the Ninja Turtles?
I don't know. Well, he did have a red. Wait, no. Raphael had the red one, right?
Raphael was red. Donatello was Leonardo was blue.
Okay.
So Donatello was purple.
Maybe I'm reading too much into
Everybody knows that Michelangelo was orange.
Everybody.
I thought it was yellow. Is orange?
Orange.
Oh, all right.
Naranja.
It's not even a word. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in music news. Let's take a break, come back, wrap it up, letter of the day, word of the week prize, and so on when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
good run. So.
And it's so good to actually see outside and see the sun. It makes you happy.
It does. Most definitely.
I've noticed, I think some employees for Philly Insurance are starting to come back. The lobby looks like it has a little bit of activity, the new bump-out lobby that they put on the front of the building, and there were people sort of milling about yesterday. I don't know if you guys have seen that or not.
They're working on the stairs, this bizarre staircase that they have in the front of the window, and then their 5-story tall chairs in the lobby seem to be turned around. So
I'm not sure when they're gonna when people are gonna start
and we're going to
fully coming back.
An eatery in our first floor as well too, because Munge has been gone for over a year now. Right?
What's moving in there? We're supposedly
Paganos.
Oh, that's so cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
By the way, I was envisioning the other day as I was leaving what it's going to be like when the parking lot is full again. Because we haven't had that in a long time either. So
we get in early enough, though. We're okay.
I mean, we'll have our parking spots, but I get a nice beeline drive-through where cars would normally park to the exit.
I know.
And then we can deal with that, but I mean,
you can still do it. You're just going to smash a lot of cars.
I want to thank Joe Holden from CBS 3 for being on this morning. CBS 3 Mysteries on tonight, 11 o'clock. Very cool series, and it was nice talking to him. Joe's a big fan of our show, so we appreciate that. And we all, Brent Terhune, the comedian, is driving as we speak to Philadelphia. He pulled over in his car and did the interview with us. He'll be at Punchline tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. One show tonight at 8 o'clock, and then 2 shows on Friday and Saturday, 7:15 and 9:30. PunchlinePhilly.com to get those tickets.
I need to thank somebody. I don't know who it is, but somebody sent Yum Crumbs, the strawberry shortcake crumbs that end up on those popsicles.
You're a real crumb bum.
Have you tried them yet?
I did, and they are good. They don't taste the same as normal. So I
You're
think
a real crumb bum.
I think what you need is
got it.
Okay, is like maybe some vanilla and strawberry ice cream to go with it.
That's good.
Yeah.
Dude, that's better than I thought it was going to be.
Really?
Yeah. So here, I'll hand them over to you, Steve. But these were sold on Etsy, and they just ended up on our console today. So I don't know how they got here.
Oh, it was in this bag that's in here.
What bag?
I saw a bag. There's a bag in there.
Okay. Well, then I didn't know who they were addressed to. So I just ganked them myself.
All right.
So Preston and Steve show. So they're for everybody. And from it looks like Naomi.
But you were the one who was asking.
Naomi
about them.
Judd.
I was. Naomi Judd. Thank you, Naomi Judd.
Dude, those are good.
You want to try?
Yeah.
They're really good. Sprinkle those on some vanilla ice cream. Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
That's perfect. I love it. Wow. How are you, Pierre?
I'm not quite shoveled.
You're not quite disheveled.
Still disheveled?
Disheveled.
I
have a hard night last night?
Well, it just was a bizarre night. I was driving to the gymnasium on Lancaster Avenue, and I'm heading up near Haverford or wherever, and I see it's twilight, and I see 2 robins in the street on Lancaster Avenue, a very busy traveled road. And one of the birds is quite injured, and the other one seems to be concerned about it. And then there's a little V, and there's not much traffic, oddly enough, on that road. And I pull off, and I couldn't figure out if the one bird was completely dead or whatever. And the other bird flies away, and lo and behold, the other bird is kind of flopping around. I'm going, oh dear.
So you stepped on it?
No.
Oh, no. What'd you do?
Well, I happen to have, oddly enough, a shoebox in my car of pens that I had taken.
What's this?
This is Yakety Sax. Kevin Gunn wants me to play this anytime you go into your...
Sorry, it's okay.
So did you get it in the box and get it to...
you could yakety yak.
No, it's distracting.
I've taken animals that I've seen before to the Schuylkill Wildlife Rehabilitation Center.
I remember your snapping turtle.
The turtle years ago.
We've done likewise. They're wonderful. You make a donation, and they'll try to help.
And they're up on Ridge Avenue in Roxborough, up by the radio towers.
Yeah.
So I go to their website, and I call them, and they aren't. No, did they call me back? No, they didn't call me back. But it said on their website, put the creature, if it's a bird, in a shoebox. I never have shoeboxes in my car, but I happen to have this shoebox of old pens and Sharpies that I was going to bring in to put back into the system here. And so I emptied it onto the floor of my automobile, and then I always have now a roll of paper towels in the car because I'm always spilling things. And so I took a thing of paper towels and I went out into the road and I got the little robin and I wrapped him in a paper towel and I put him in the box and he's still squeaking and making noises.
There you go.
Now what the F do I do? Because the Schuylkill Wild Center is closed. So I wrapped him all up in paper towels, and then I went to the gymnasium. And then they called me while I was at the gymnasium. They called back. They had closed, but he goes, we're not open and not going to be open tomorrow. He said, but there's another place called the Ark Wildlife Rehabilitation Center, which is in Chalfont. And I'm going, oh, cool. Where's Chalfont?
Not close.
Oh, my God, is it not close? So I get out of the gymnasium about 9:30, 9:45, and then I have to put the light on to make sure little birdie's still with us, and he is, and he's still, or she is still flopping around a little bit, and I'm going, okay. And then I GPS my global PR system and drove to the middle of nowhere. I got there at like 12:30 at night, but they have a 24-hour drop-off where you can drive up, and I'm thinking I'm going to be attacked, and banjos are going to start playing any second now.
It ain't that bad, dude. I live out that way. It ain't that bad.
It was scary. Being out of the city makes me nervous. Being in the fresh air in the countryside makes me very nervous.
So you drop off the bird.
Well,
they accept the bird.
There's nobody there.
All right,
but their door is open, and
their path is free to walk.
You can go in and put the creature and then fill out a little thing and make a donation. Then I look and there's cages in there and I see a possum. There's a possum walking up and looking at me through, and then there's a duck in another cage.
Here?
Well, you speak duck.
I do speak duck. I laugh duck. And so, lo and behold, I got out about 12:30. And then it took me another, and then I stopped at a big Wawa and had coffee and a cookie to reward myself.
But you saved a. Do we believe the bird survived? Has the bird called you this morning?
It has not called yet, but I left my information, and so I'll report on said bird if I have. But it sheveled me.
You were sheveled by your sojourn.
It made me not sheveled.
So it survived your time at the gymnasium.
It did. Well, I was thinking if I take this, because I looked on the GPS and it was going to take so long to get out to the. There's critters and stuff out there, and I'm afraid I was going to be attacked every time I came to a stop sign. And I'm going, it says, now turn right onto Broad Street, which was about an inch wide. It wasn't the Broad Street that I know. And so, anyway, but I got there. It's a lovely facility. And what did you say?
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
B as in boy band.
All right.
Yeah.
We have a $350 gift card for Bob Dodge's Red Sparrow Tattoo and Gallery in Downingtown, or the all-new Runic Tattoos in Newtown Square. And for tattoo ideas, you can visit BobDodgeTattoos.com. We give that away tomorrow, which is fantastic. Now, you're giving something away today. We've been talking about it all morning long, man.
Boy, oh, beanery. I'm telling you, we have got something to give away today. And it's Fugu. What was the winner of the Fugu thing, by the way?
I think it was the Goo Fighters.
The Goo Fighters.
Yeah, you know what? I never did find out the results of that.
Because you guys had that excellent question. What if the Foo Fighters married the Goo Goo Dolls? What would they call themselves if you were in a cover band? Anyway, so Foo Fighters, you've been playing them all morning long. I think I will probably get a workforce block at the very top of the noon hour of Foo songs, and maybe one in between then and now. And then you'll need to know those songs. You'll need to be able to show you're vaccinated. And I will pick a number, a nice high number, to make it as fair as possible. And that person who can name all the songs from 6 a.m. this morning when you guys started up through that point will score a pair of tickets for Madison Square Garden, train, and hotel account.
Nice.
Pretty sweet.
That's amazing. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's going to be cool, man. So that's coming up. Anything else you want to mention, or are we good to go?
Oh, we're going to get to a block of Bruce.
Yes.
Today's Clarence's anniversary of his passing, and I've got that new Foo Fighters. No, it's not.
It is the Killers and Bruce Springsteen.
Thank you.
And by the way,
That's
we
what
have
I
some
got.
audio clips if you want to use them of them talking about their.
Oh, I'd
their
love
deal.
that.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll play Bruce and the new thing he did with the Killers, which is an old Killers song, and more things will be on the show.
By the way, the poll was between the Foo Dolls or Goo Fighters, and Goo Fighters won with 57% of the vote, by the way, so that's what that was.
Thank you.
All right.
See how helpful I am?
Yeah. Wonderfully helpful. I want to thank our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Acme. They have everything you need to prep for this summer season, and Acme is fresh foods and local flavors. Also brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show, and by Temple University's Fox School of Business. You can apply by June 30th for your master's. Tomorrow, the big thing, the I Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive will be taking place. Are you going to be out at one of the locations, Pierre?
Yes, I'm going out after the show to Oaks, I believe.
Excellent.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll have that, and get ready for Father's Day weekend. I think we'll do a contest, give some stuff away, and we will have a good time. That is it. We're done. Rage on and